Hello, people. Am I audible?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, you're audible, Path.
I am absolutely sorry for this technical error. Like you have literally lost on 30 seconds. Uh, no worries. Thank you so much for your patience. You guys have been here. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Without wasting any other minute, let us start with the Power BI stuff. Okay. Is it fine if I keep my camera off because of the latency issues? My voice is to be clear. I hope I can hear you all with all of you. Right?
Yeah, it's okay.
That's okay, no? Yeah, because I don't want any latency issue. Anyways. Okay. Have you guys downloaded Power BI? Either of you people, have you guys downloaded it?
Yes.
And what about Rakesh? Have you downloaded it?
No, I have not, but I have it on my work machine. Yeah.
You have it on your work machine. So basically, you guys. Okay. Just let me do this. Let let me tell you this once. Okay. It should be fine. As simple as that. We'll go to Power BI download, right? We'll go to the Microsoft website. The very first link, download, and just go on with the flow. Install and guess, right? You will get the Power BI. If by any chance you face any error in that, just ping me. I'll help you with that. But you shouldn't be facing any error in this, right? It's very, very
Can you
easy to
send me
download.
this link?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the right. I'll put it in the WhatsApp group. So from there you can do it, right? Or anyways, if you just go to Google and type Power BI download, the very first thing that comes for the Microsoft, the very first thing. You have to go there and just click on. It's as simple as this. Or what else I'll do, I'll just put it on the group as well so that you can download it from here and you don't go here and there, right? Yeah. So we have, so first of all, guys, welcome to the very first session of Power BI. That's right, Power BI class. And here today we are going to start Power BI from absolute scratch. What is Power BI? Why we are studying Power BI, right? What are the benefits of studying Power BI? Couple of things have been already covered in the dump section, but for the recording purpose, I would ensure that each and everything that I'm discussing here is I'm starting it from the absolute start. So you may feel that there are few things which are being overlapped, but then it is about this one session only. From the very next session, you would find many new things, right? So this is how Power BI looks like. This is the initial setup of Power BI on the very left panel. And let me take it to you. Get the home button. You get the open button to report any file, right? You get the sign in options. So once we will publish the report, once we will develop an ID, we will have to sign in to enter in the Power BI workspace, right? So as I have told you, and I remind you once again, we cannot share Power BI reports like the Excel reports or like, IP, they cannot be shared like a report which we have saved in our pen drives and we can share among our friends or in the company, right? There's an entire ecosystem, and that ecosystem is known as Power BI service, right? That ecosystem is known as Power BI service, where you share the reports, share the reports, okay? And for that you need an ID, official ID, which you get from your company, right? For the practice purpose, we will generate a temporary ID and so that we can visit the entire workspace. Practice purpose, we will have our temporary ID so that we would know how Power BI service looks like, what are the workspace, what are admin rights, what are the different roles in Power BI service, and how things follow, right? So that is what it is. And for that very purpose, we have the sign in option here, right? So we sign in, we plug in, we go to different workspaces and then publish the report, right? Then we have options and settings here, right? Options and settings are here. for us to go deep dive into the settings of the Power BI, what kind of settings we want, and then we have about. About tells us the version of Power BI. So this is 2.1 for it, which is a 64-bit. Some October 2025 update is installed in my system, right? So whenever you want to check whether your system, your Power BI is up to date or not, just go here and click on the about, and you'll get to know which particular version you are having, right? If it is up to date, that's fine. If it is not up to date, you can always update Power BI by clicking. It automatically sends the update, and if it doesn't, then you can just click update Power BI. Okay, I'll tell you in the later notice how to update Power BI. Not a big deal. So just let me take you to the settings. Guys, at any point of time, if you feel that my voice is not clear and for some reason my screen is not visible, please ping me at that very moment only, right? That's a request from my side. So yeah, you can see my screen very well. Okay. So we have certain global permissions and then we have certain current file permissions, right? And what these permissions tell us, right? So if you look at them, these are the current file permissions, in which there are few permissions which we keep initially switch on in Power BI so that Power BI is automatically able to do many things on the data that we provide to it. If we switch off these settings, it won't be able to do it. Like what? Like auto detect new relationships between the tables. So when we upload multiple tables in Power BI, right? When we upload two to three tables or whatsoever, many tables, it starts detecting what kind of relationship is between them and understand how those tables are linked. And that happens only if we have clicked on, if we have selected auto detect new relationship after data is loaded. If I unselect it, it won't automatically detect the relationship. In the similar fashion, for the date and time, if I'll unselect here, I would say I don't want you to Power BI to identify whether what is the date and time, what is the data type. It won't do it, right? And same for the queries as well. But for time being, I always keep it as on. I don't 100% trust on it, but to ensure that the automated system of Power BI is functioning well, Power BI is also able to understand the data which where I'm putting it there. So for that reasons, I always keep it on, but never 101% trust on Power BI results. Always verify whatever the data types, whatever the relationships are being given to you by Power BI. Always verify them, right? And then here are the regional settings. It is English US, right? Nothing to change here, nothing to change here as well. Um, Auto recovery is a very good function and you should never disable it because if by any chance, your laptop or your device, it shuts off or whatever any, any mishappening happens, it creates an image with itself in the storage engine, right? So that you will be able to recover with the help of auto recovery. If you say that disable auto recovery for this file or this will choose this option, it won't keep anything in the memory, right? Until unless you save it. So always let it remain unchecked, right? That's the best option. And then here are a couple of semantic model updates which we don't need to know as of now. And in the report settings, yeah, nothing as such that we would like to change. In the global settings, we'll see what do we having data load. Again, the very same thing, time intelligence functions to ensure that whatever time intelligence functions are there in the Power BI, like it automatically identify the date and time relationships. We keep this on. We always switch on the auto date time for new files so that it automatically identifies which are the date files, what and date and time stamp files, right? Those columns. So particularly for that only we keep it on. And the scripting is something which you guys aren't aware of. Any other setting I would like to introduce you guys to? No, nothing as of now. Once there are a couple of things in the on the directory, but we'll discuss them later. Okay. Okay. Anyways, so this is Power BI. This is our Power BI, our TF Power BI, and we all are here to understand how this Power BI is useful for us. Before we do that, I want a couple of minutes to take you guys to office. This is what Office is like, right? And in Office also we have something known as data. This is the ribbon of MS Excel, right? And here also we have data, we have queries and connections, we have data modeling, we have what if analysis, we have forecast data and grouping and so many things, right? So what happened with Power BI? Why did we need Power? Why? What has happened that we need Power BI? Initially, Microsoft was focused on giving more and more power to MS Excel by giving Power Pivot, by giving this data features, by giving these queries and connections, by giving this get data. You can get data from many sources here as well, right? If you can see on the very left where I'm moving my cursor. Okay. So and again from the web, from the text CSV, there's a difference between XLS file and a CSV file. Both are the dominant of Excel only, but two of them different are of different nature, right? Then Microsoft gave the data model, right? Right. We can do some modeling here also. We can so whatever things I'm gonna teach you in Power BI in Power Query are already available here. And then you can of course do the dashboarding part. You can do develop dashboarding part. But then where it lagged and why do we really need Power BI? What is something that differentiates Power BI with MS Excel? And in one line, if I say that the data handling capacity, the, the data handling capacity of Power BI is far more than Excel and any other tool on the planet as of 2025, right? The data handling capacity that Power BI can pull multiple sources simultaneously, can hold those multiple sources, can hold those multiple sources simultaneously, and can work with the and can do modeling and visualization, right? This is where Excel used to fail miserably. Why? Because Excel cannot hold data sets where the sheets are expanding with information which are more than 10 lakh of rows, right? 10 lakh rows is the highest limit. And post-COVID, 10 lakh is nothing, right? 10 lakh rows is the highest limit for Excel to hold. The challenge was that we are having so much data in, as you guys know, you guys would have heard it, data is the new oil, right? So having said that data is the new oil, we understand that data is something which is crucially very crucial and very important for companies, right? Every point, every data point, every data point holds certain outcomes which are important for companies to make decisions, to make policies, and to understand their customer behavior, understand the behavior of the service, and to understand whatever service they are providing in the market, how people are reacting to it, right? So, of course, to handle this large sum of data, right? We need a tool which can collect data from multiple sources, and then it can process it simultaneously, right? Collect data from multiple sources and then process it, model it, and the most important, able to refresh it. This refresh part I'll tell you later on. But basically, what happens? Suppose I have made a report today, right? I have made a report. The data is not gonna remain same for today, right? The data will change 1 month down the line. Within a 1 month, there will be business, there will be buy and sell, whatever the transactions are happening. And all those transactions need to be updated in data also, right? They need to be updated in my visualization also, right? So this refresh feature is very powerful in Power BI. And this refresh can be done in two ways. incremental refresh, schedule refresh, which we will discuss by the end of the in the very end. But yeah, this is how our data gets refreshed. The ability to process large volumes of data, the ability to model the large volumes of data, and the ability to refresh the large volumes of data. When this need was arise, so when this need got arose in the market, so came in the market somewhere in July or June, whatever, 2015, Power BI, a Microsoft tool designed and incorporated by Microsoft, right, in order to meet these needs, collect data from multiple sources, process it, model it, and able to refresh it without failing, right? So hence we all are here learning Power BI and trying to understand how it can help us grow in our careers, right? Yeah. So having said that, let us go to the Power BI interface. So this is actual for you guys, and yeah, it holds many things as similar as the Power BI, but for now we don't want it. Yeah, go ahead. Someone raise the question? Raise the
Yeah,
hand.
what is Fabric? I've been hearing a lot about it.
We have been having a lot about Microsoft Fabric. So Microsoft Fabric is something bigger, bigger than Power BI. Also, it is so basically in the data world we have three people, right? In the data world we have data analysts, engineer, and scientist, right? Now, what do they do? So data analysts take the data and try to process it in and to find some meaningful outcomes, right? They find the what they do, they give us the meaningful outcome from the data. What do engineers do? What do data engineers do? They simply ensure that data pipelines are established well, are well established. And what do scientists do? These people, data scientists, they work on the predictive analysis. What is predictive analysis? Predictive analysis. Predictive analysis, A/B testing, right? Now, what is this? What is this? Basically, they try to predict what can happen in future. Um, Today's Mercedes start thinking that we need to make a new showroom in Hyderabad. We need to make a new showroom in Delhi. We need to make a new showroom in Bangalore. Where should they do it? Where should they hire where should they get the raw materials, right? Something similar things, right? Things which are more and more into the predictive analysis. So in the healthcare, we are thinking about how can we, reduce this information from this particular virus and so on and so forth. So just to give you an idea, these three people are working on data only. These three people are working on this one thing which is known as data. What Microsoft thought, I need to develop a platform, right? I need to develop a platform. I need to develop a workspace. I need to develop a cloud place where these all three people will come together, right? Take the data from this pipeline. Imagine this is data 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, comma 5, comma 6, comma some things, so on and so forth. This is a pipeline. Think of it as a pipeline. Now these three people will come into this workspace, right? Let me show it to you in a much better way. These three people will come in a workspace, take data from here, from this particular pipeline. This person will establish a pipeline here and would work here only on the cloud, would work on the cloud and leave everything on cloud only and publish, comma, leave every on cloud only, right? So that is what is Microsoft Fabric? By the word fabric means something that is joining, that is combining. So this idea of Microsoft Fabric is to bring all the three people and many such designations which work on the data only at a single level, at a single cloud workspace where they are taking data from at a particular source, right? Publishing their reports there only, and then working whatever they want to work, they are working on the cloud only, right? So this is what the objective of Microsoft Fabric is to push more and more activities on the server, on the fabric. Am I able to answer you?
Yeah,
What was
thanks.
it? Yeah. Cool. Although let me tell you, it is very costly. It is very costly. Many firms are trying to move their business on fabric, but are not able to afford it. And and in US, if you guys have heard about it or not, but then there's this hurricane stuff thing, right? Hurricane thing, which keeps on happening, and then the data servers are prone to lose data or to prevent them from getting damaged. Companies are moving to this fabric. They are putting all the data on the lake house and on the lake house warehouse. What do we call it? Lake house and warehouse only, right? Warehouse, and then developing images there and taking data as per their requirement. And just for your information, data Gen 2 is the language for Microsoft Fabric. Because I worked on it, so I know a couple of things about it. But I work particularly for the Power BI developer space only. But it's a good place, Lakehouse and Warehouse, and these things are the ultimate purpose is that we are reducing our dependencies from the servers which are which are established on source, right? And to move everything on the cloud, right? But it is very, very expensive. So coming back to Power BI, right? So this is my Power BI homepage looks like. Here I have a view sample data. Okay, before sample data, here I have sample data, right? Here I can paste my data, whatever data I have into a blank paper. So I can just click on it. A table will appear. I can do a Control Z and Control V, Control C, Control V. I can do a Control V and paste the data here. It will get loaded. I can import data from the SQL Server and I can import data from Excel. As the name suggests, nothing much to tell about them here. But let us do something. Let us import data from SQL. The very first thing, right? Um, Before I do that, let me take you once into the okay. Let us just publish on data, full data. So this is the moment you click, guys. Please be very, very attentive of what I'm saying right now and try to specify. So the moment you click on import data from SQL Server, because 98% of time you will be using SQL Server, 2% of time, 2% of time you may use Azure or other services or the web or the APIs. But most of the time we use SQL Server only, right? We need to give the server information, we need to give the database. We need we need to give the database. And then we have guys, do you know SQL? Any one of you? Or should I explain these terms first?
Yeah,
Just let me know if you know SQL.
I'm aware. I don't know about the others.
Okay. Is there anyone who does not know about SQL? How does SQL looks like? What is SQL? What are these terms?
Well, actually, I haven't worked on SQL, but I know it's a database where well,
Yeah, yeah. So if
extract
you
the
have not
data.
worked on SQL, yeah, no worries. If you have not worked on it, I take you to it, right? So this is what SQL is, right? This is what SQL is. Let us take 2 minutes and discuss what SQL is. How does it looks like? You know, let's take a minute and understand what SQL looks like. This is SQL Server Management Studio. So basically in SQL or in any of the SQL, PostgreSQL, we have these two things. We have front end and back end. SQL Server is the back end where all the data gets processed, right? And then SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. SQL Server Management Studio. As the name suggests, Studio is the front end. We are managing the SQL Server. It's a SQL Server Management Studio. So this particular front end is managing this back end where all the data gets stored, right? So I'll say I can do it and just minimize the data so that yeah. So this is SQL Server Management Studio, and this is the front end. SQL Server is the backend where my all my data will get saved, where I'll be working on data. But SSMS is the place where I write the queries, where I query the database and try to extract some meaningful outcome of my data, right? So when I click on this SSMS, it is installed on my laptop. Once as you get it installed on your device, this is how it looks like. So this is the server name as mentioned here, right? It is Pavilion Express, right? So I'll take it because I need it, and then we can connect. If you remember here, when we are at SQL Server database, we're trying to connect. It is asking you for the server, right? So I'll just paste the server name here as it is, right? And then I'll say database, which is an optional thing, but I know that the data which I'm trying to pull is in the Amazon database. Is in the Amazon database, right? So I can just put the database name here. And when I'll go here, I'll say use Amazon. Something very basic. But then as you can see that now the name has changed here. It says Amazon. And you can just click on the drop down. Also, and these are the database. These are the multiple database where we are storing the tables, right? So when we click, when we run this command, use Amazon, okay, we automatically are moved into the Amazon database where we can see all the tables for the Amazon database, right? So now here on the very left panel, which is known as of Explorer, I can access all the database as well, and then I can see what all tables are there. But then I know that in Amazon I need to use this table. Select orders tables from orders and see I'm getting all the information, whatever in the from the orders table, right? So in the similar fashion, I want to ask Power BI that from Pavilion SQL Express, this particular server, this is the database. I want you to pull the data. I want you to pull the data which is the from the orders table. Now there are two ways to it, and I want you guys to look at it thoroughly. It always gives me import method and direct query method. This is a very famous question for the interviews, right? Differentiate between difference between import method and the direct query method, right? So we are on the very first step. We have seen how Power BI looks like, how Power BI can be installed. We have seen the homepage of Power BI. And now we are trying to understand that when we are pulling data from SQL in the Power BI, we get two methods. When we are pulling data from SQL, we get two options, right? One is the import method and another is the direct query method. What is the difference? Let us look and try to understand it. When I say import and I write the query here, select the very same query as I wrote it here. Okay, where is it? Yeah, select string from orders. If you don't know SQL, I'll tell you. This query means select string means select all from table name. So it what does it mean? Select indirectly this means select all from the table name. Whatever table I'm giving, whatever the table name I'm giving, this query means select string from orders that pull all the data from this particular table. Select all from the table name, right? This is the indirect meaning of this query, which is being taken by the server. So I'll paste this query here. I'll say select, let me write it only from orders. Now see what will happen. It's automatically fetching me all the particular details of the preview for this particular table, right? For this particular table which I had here in the orders, the very same table I'm getting here in the preview also, right? So I have the option to load data and I have the option to transform data. Okay. When I will load data, the data will directly go in the data model. Okay. It would automatically go in the data model. But when I'm going to click on the transform data, the data will go into Power Query. Okay. Which is the ATL tool. So before I do that, I want to just do the node. Let us see what is the difference between both of them. Okay. Changes are being applied. Okay. Let us do some practical. Right. So we have got all the data, right? So in Power BI, we have three views. Where is the let us keep it here. In Power BI, we have three views known as model view, table view, and the report view. Okay, where do these three views exist? Right? Let us see them first before I tell you other things. So you see this. This is the report view, which I just told you as of now. This is the report view. This is the table view, and then this is the model view. Right? Here you will get to see how multiple tables are modeled into relationships, and the data is flowing from one table to another. Here you will see the individual tables which you have made sourced from different sources. And then this is the report view. This is the place where the report will get public, right? And okay, we will discuss about what is important. Let us understand what happened. What happened to my data? You see, let us see. This I took the data and I simply loaded it, right? So the data went to the model view, and I can absolutely happily see it all the data, and I can perform calculations onto it, and it is absolutely fine. This is what happens when I select the import method. In the import method, let me pull it down. In the import method, I get the image of the data stored in the Power BI engine. As simple as that, the image of data which I am sourcing, it is being stored in the Power BI engine. As simple as that, right? Now, I want you guys to observe what will happen when I say get data. Similar thing, SQL from the SQL server, right? I'll say the server name is I forgot Pavilion something something. So the server name is Pavilion SQL Express. Okay. I'll put it here. I'll say database is Amazon. Okay. I'll say direct query. Please guys, please focus on this. Initially it was import method. Now I'm doing direct query method. When I'm clicking on direct query, will get an option. Again, I'll do the same thing. Select string from orders, which means select all from orders table. Select string from orders. Right? I'll do an OK. Let's see what was the difference. Again, I'm getting the option to transform data into load data. This navigation pane is something which you will always get, no matter from which source you are going to pull the data. This navigation pane simply shows you whether you want to put the data into the model. If you will click the load button here, it will push the data into the data model. Here in the data view, you can see in the table view. If you will click on the transform data, it will move into the Power Query Editor, which is the ETL tool of Power BI. So let us load it because I want to see what is going to be the difference. So here it is query one. See, orders two. It says this table cannot be shown because it is not in import mode because I am not importing the data into the Vertipack engine of Power BI. The engine of Power BI. The engine of Power BI is Vertipack engine, and we will study about in utter depth when we will do the modeling part. But this Vertipack engine, the engine of Power BI's Vertipack engine, this CE is not capturing the image of data when I am pulling the data via direct query mode. Okay. Am I clear to you both? Guys, are yes or no? Shall I repeat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, go ahead. Please ask the question. Okay. Cool. Uh, so this is what the prime difference between the direct query mode is in the power and the import mode is. Now, one other difference is in direct query mode, some Power BI that calculations don't work. They don't work like time intelligence. These calculations, when we will study DEX, I'll teach you each and every DEX in the utter depth, and then we will see that how few calculations are not working in the direct query mode and why we never, I won't say never, but 98% or 99% of time we always use import mode. Import mode is used 19 import IMP mode is used 99% of time. We barely use that DQ mode, and then there's a using for it also. Why? Because this direct query mode brings some load on the Power BI as well, right? It has to backend that again and again refer to the server only. But here in this import mode, we have put everything on the Power BI itself, so it doesn't have to go back to the server also. So here it is. We have also what all we have discussed till now. We have seen how Power BI looks like, what is the interface of Power BI. We have seen, initially, I've shown you in the demo class of how we pull data from the Excel, but then how do we pull data from the SQL is something I was willing was the part of, we have started with our classes. We can pull data in SQL via SQL, right? We'll click on the SQL server. We will put the server name. We'll put the database. Database is the optional thing. Even if you will not put the database, it will give me all the tables. It should give me all the tables and all the tables across the SQL server. So initially, I don't have so many tables here, but when you will be working in a company or if you're working in a company, there you will see many tables. So here we don't have many tables, so it is easily able to load, right? I can preview orders table, I can preview employee table, I can preview employees table, I can preview as many tables as I want from different databases, right? So this is what happens when you don't with the database name, right? You can just navigate through different databases. So all these things are the database, right? This is the server, and then these are the database in front of you. You can just go and click through multiple databases and see what all tables are there. Henceforth, I think we are clear with how we are importing data using SQL, right? So the first thing we are very well done with importing data via SQL. And yeah, by the way, I'll just push these files also in our group so that you can also do the same thing, right? You can put them in the SQL and pull it from there, or you can just start pulling data using get data or from the Excel also, right? Let me show it via Excel also once so that on record I have done it initially, right? So let's go to desktop. Here are the BI files and yes, customer data set, right? Very simply, we can pull the file. Again, it is giving me the same navigator pane. We will always in every case get this navigation pane. So in order to select, in order to understand whether we want to, first of all, so that we can get a preview of our data, you can always refresh it from this right corner button on the right. Click on the refresh, the preview will get refreshed, and then you can select whether you want to whether you want to load or you can transform. Uh, can someone tell me what happens when I click on the load button? I, what happens when I click on the load button?
directly gets converted into a table and we can view it. We can't do any editing to the data there.
Yeah, it gets directly loaded into the data model. And when I click on the transform data, the data goes into the Power Query, right? So yeah, you are right. And I can load. So as soon as I click on the load, okay, no worries. As soon as I'll click on the load, it contains errors. Let me see. Let me see. We still have got the customer data, right? So we have the customer data here. It is loaded into the table view, right? In the table view, we can see that the customer data is loaded, as simple as it. And now when I'll go in the model view, I can see all my three tables here, right? Although these tables are not connected with each other because as of now, none of the tables have anything in common, mm, completely weird tables. But once we will start building relationship, we will get multiple lines connecting data in the flow of the data. So we have understood how to import data via SQL, via Excel. And then there's one more topic regarding this, that is how to pull data, multiple files together via folder, that I will teach you once we are much more into with the Power Query, right? So this is the way to go to the Power Query. You click on the transform data on the home screen, or if you want to go to the editor of a very specific table, you can just do the right click. If you see where my cursor is, you can do the right click here. When you click on these buttons, on these three dots, when you click on these three dots, okay, okay. When you click on these three dots, yeah, you get an option of edit query, right? It will directly take you to the Power Query. See, we are at the Power Query. It automatically takes us to the Power Query. And hence, we can do the ETL part. So up till here is everything clear? How to import data from SQL, how to import data from Excel, what are the two different ways of pulling data via SQL? Is everything very, very clear, or you guys have any questions, please ask.
So what happens if we take data from a cloud drive, let's say OneDrive or something? Is this the same way we?
Yeah, obviously same. Take from 10 different sources and every time it will be same only. It will first of all give you a navigator pane where you will get to see the preview. Once you have seen the preview, then it will ask you whether you want to load the data or you want to transform the data, and then henceforth so and so. You can load or you can put the data into the Power Query. That is the only process which we have for putting data in the uh, Power Power BI as of now. That is how it works, right? Right? Have I answered it? Any more questions? Come to it, guys. Any more questions on the very same? Or let us move ahead.
I'm good.
You are good. Okay. You are good. It's absolutely fine, Mr. Arthur. Is my pace good, or should I go a bit more slower?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Let us see what all we can do in this particular Power Query editor, right? So what before we move forward, I would ask you guys, let us take a break of 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes. That is 8:13 in my phone. Let us take a short break of 2 minutes. Let us begin by 8:15. Right, guys? Thanks for the questions, people. Let us pull it further. What were we talking about? Okay, so we were talking about what all Power Query. Guys, am I audible? Confirmation? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So basically, what Power Query tells us what we are going to do in the Power Query. Power Query, in basically Power Query, we ensure a couple of things. Like, what do we check in Power Query? Whenever we pull data, we can do many things. Okay. But before those many things, what is the initial job of Power Query? Right. Power Query is the ETL tool, Power BI. It is the ETL tool of Power BI. Right. Now, our first task is always to check the data type. There's a data type of the columns, right? And second would be assign data types if they are not right, right? So assign correct data type. So what are data types? Question arises, what are data types? Right? Data types are nothing but a description of what information to does my column hold. What kind of information, what kind of information does my column holds? Whether is it whether it is numeric, it is text, or it is date and time. Data types can be further categorized into at least 8 to 10 data types, right? Depending upon depending upon their capacity, depending upon their capacity to store data, right? And what kind of data type we want. With respect to obviously it is mostly into the storing of data. Then we have true and false, which becomes binary. Then we have floats. Okay, we have float, right, for the decimals things, and so on and so forth, right? But like these things are much more described in depth when we deal in SQL, right? At that point of time, we study the bytes also, how many bytes of data will be stored in a particular data type. But when we are dealing mostly in the Power BI, we have to focus that the data is being categorized in the three data types only, right? And our first job becomes to understand whether all the data types are visible, are correctly present there or not, right? So and how do we get to know this? How do we get to know this? Get to know this. We get to know this once we start spending time with the data. Only then we will get to know whether the data is fine or not. So you see, okay, this is the perfect example. This is the This is the pane in front of me, right? It says name. The name is categorized, okay, into a text data type, and these data types can be visible when you click, when you do a left click onto the PVP or whatever, right? Just do a left click, and then all the data types will be available for you. If you see, they are categorized into the numbers, time, and the text. True and false are also the text only, and then we have a binary, which is again true and false. And of course, you can use a locale also. I'll teach you how to use locale to fix the errors. But then this is something which we will do when we'll be doing text, because this can be done easily by text only. But I'll teach you how to use that feature to address any data type which is not available with the Power BI, but you as an individual want the column to be presented in a different sort of data type which only you know or your company knows. Then use this locale, using locale. It is not globally accepted, right? Okay. So if you see here, it says name, and the name is into an ABC data type, which is a text type. It is fine for me, right? and you see there's a green, a very green line on it, which says that if I put scroll my cursor over it, it says 100% valid, 0% error, 0% empty. Like none of the column, none of the row in this particular column is empty, none of it is in error, and everything is fine. Okay, let's move ahead. This is birth date. Birth date is absolutely wrong. It should be in date and time. Okay, it should be in date and time, date type, data type. Okay, so we will have to shift the data type accordingly, right? As I said, as I told you previously, only when I was dealing with the options and settings, never ever 100% trust the data types given by the Power BI. Let me write it for you guys so that it stores in your memory also. Never ever 100% trust on the data type given by the Power BI. It is good, but not all. It can be right, right? Sometimes, but not always. Okay. So always be very careful of the data type that are here available in the column, because if these data types are wrong, what will happen? Why I'm focusing so much on these data types? What will go wrong if the data types are wrong? Column information, column info will become wrong. Column information will become wrong. Hence, calculations means debts. Whenever I'm saying calculations means debts will not work, will not work. Hence, we will get error, a big error in calculations as well as in the visual. We will get error in calculations and visuals also. Okay. So please ensure that these data types are very well, data types are not wrong, so that the identification of this column is not wrong. So think of it now. If this particular column is not identified as a birth date column and I want to calculate the age of these people, how will I be able to do it, right? This needs to be identified as a date column. Okay. So that is what the thing is, right? And then if you see here, I'm getting an error. It says something. It says gender, and then it says ABC. It says 123. So let me do it into text. Then still we have some problem here. Okay, so what is the problem? What is the problem? So we have errors. We have errors, and what do we have in the name of errors? So okay, some of them have the invalid values. So when you click on the very right on this down button, right, you get to see the individual unique values for the particular column. So here all the unique values will get to see, right? Similarly for here also, you can get to see the repeated values as well. But my idea is to tell you that the range that you want to see of how my data looks, what my data looks, based on a preview, you can see whatever information it is having, right? Again, same for the other columns as well. Now it says that there are some errors and we need to handle this error. So we need to try to understand, okay, the column is male and female, and then few of them have some error. Why they have some error? They can have some error, no issues. So yeah, okay. So we can simply replace them and do, we'll see what we will do. How we will handle errors, we'll see it later on. But the basic idea is whenever you upload a data, whenever you upload any sheet, the first thing you will see the data type. What is the data type? Whether the data type associates with the kind of column which I am getting or not, right? If it is not in line with that, you will change it. You will figure it out exactly. Okay, I need to put the date and time data type. I need to put the date data type. I need to put the text data type. What I want to put. If you're getting errors here, we'll figure it out how to solve these errors. What can we do? Should we just make a replacement or we should delete it? What should we do? We will figure it out, right? Date format dot invalid cell. Okay, we'll see what we want to do. Similar thing is happening with the email address also. So email address is into ABC and 123, and what it should be is it should be text value only. Again, we are getting, it says that um, less than 1% of data is having error. So we have some errors here. We'll figure it out how to handle errors. There's another thing. We'll move to other columns. We will see, okay, whether it is a whole number, it is not a decimal number, that's fine. So whole number should work perfectly, and it is working fine, right? Okay. What about the region? What about the city? Very much same. Hmm. I'm getting uh, the data type is identified correctly. And if I see, then mostly everything is fine, right? Similar in the city and in the state province. There's something wrong with the category name, and that's why I'm getting. See, now what is the challenge? The challenge is that the challenge is that 603 cells from in this particular column they are empty. There is no error as such, but then we have empty cells. What do we need to do with the empty cells? What do we need to fill in the empty cells? We need to think. Can we should we delete those empty cells? We can just remove the empty cells. We can remove empty cells. We can remove errors. Right? These are things which we can do. We can simply just go ahead here and say we don't want errors. Just remove errors. Okay, see, it is sorted. We have removed errors. We are not into. We said okay, it was less than 1%, so why not to just go there and just remove the errors? We are not even bothered. We are not bothered about it. So if the data points is so low, I don't have any such guidance. You can just simply go there and just remove errors. Or you may not remove errors. You may think about doing something else. It is completely dependent upon what your manager wants you to do. But when I'm doing all this, I'm making some changes, I'm doing some clicks. Do you guys see this thing applied steps? This applied steps is keeping the image of each and everything that I'm doing. It has the source data where I got my tables from. It has the navigation, how I chose the sheets. It says promoted headers where I said use first row as the header. Then I change the data type. So if you see here in the formula bar, for each and every button that I'm clicking on, for each and every button that I'm clicking on, there is a code which is being generated here in the formula bar, right? I hope you guys can see it. An entire code is being generated here, which I don't have to write. That is why like Power BI is also known as no coding tool. I don't have to write those codes. I have to simply just click on the button and the code will be written for me in the at the back end, right? We are removing errors, remove errors, okay. It says remove errors, and on the other step, remove errors one. Okay. So these applied steps are there for you and me to understand that what all are the applications, what all are the instructions, what all are the tasks that are performed on the data set before it has been handed over to me. Right. As of now, we have dealt with the errors and empty sets in the most easiest way by saying that we don't want them. But then obviously we will once we will start building the project. So I think if I've told you earlier or not, we have a way of dealing with errors, which is known as errors, empty cells, null values, null blends. We deal in the section that is known as main median mode. We look at the column and then we decide whether we want to go with the mean, we want to go with the median, or we just want to opt for the most frequent appearing data point and repeat it multiple times. So this is the most appropriate, accepted, understood way in the industry, mean median mode. Guys, please remember this. We don't often delete the data or anything like this. What we do is we keep the mean median mode, right? Depending upon the depending upon the nature of the data. And in the project, we have some data where we would need at least mode and median for sure, depending on the data, right? So this is how we deal with it. Okay, coming back to my sheet, this is what my sheet looks like. It looks like absolutely fine, right? Uh, guys, are you able to catch up whatever I'm saying? Is it fine? Is my pace fine? Everything is going fine? Thumbs up. Any
Yeah,
questions till here?
yeah, it's fine. I just had a question. Say, suppose a particular data is being pulled in European amount. How do we change it here? Let's say now this is an uh, let's say the first line is
Yeah, why do you
3,578.27.
need to change it? Don't change it. Let it be in
No,
dollars. I would have
no.
changed it.
I'm just asking a scenario. In case you want to
Mhm.
put the dollar sign or you want to change the format, how do we do that?
Okay.
It's
So
just a
we can
question.
basically, yeah, no, I know it's just a question. So basically, there are two ways of dealing with it, right? One that you can keep it as it is only, right? Or you can use the locale, as I told you. Where this known as using locale, right? You can use this. You can click on the using locale. You can go here and give. Suppose it says the whole number, right? And then it is English United States, or you want to change it. You want to change it into whatever European currencies you are trying to figure it out. You will have to figure it out here, and you can change it. Now, suppose it is not available, like I don't get to see the
Say
European
Germany.
usage. Okay, so let's say it is French, Canada, whatever it is. You can use it and you can put some input here and change it, right? That is one thing, but it will give you an error. It will always give you an error, right? So how do you deal with it? My preferred way would be, so here what you can do, you can either put it into the fixed decimal numbers, right? For the signs specifically, uh, it won't take that sign. When you are saying that you want to put it in euros only, it won't take that sign for that matter. It would take more over the amount. But if you want that it should appear here with the, so let's say it says fixed dollar amount, right? It has converted here into the dollar. That means these numbers are not changing into dollars, right? So if you see that, so if you see this number won't, a dollar sign won't appear here, or as you are expecting a European sign to appear here. So a sign won't appear here in front of these numbers, right? That would define it into a dollar or like something like that. It is more over that you can change it when you're putting it into the visual, or particularly say you want to make an adjustment. Uh, Suppose we have it in rupees, right, and we are putting our calculations in dollars only. What I can do, I can just add an additional column here. What I would do an add column. I would put a column here, a custom column, yeah, a custom column, a custom column or a conditional column, right? A custom column or a conditional column, and then I can simply multiply it by the differentiator. So say if it says $10 and I want to convert it into rupees, it would be roughly 800, 800 10 into 80 would be 800 rupees, right? So I can do that sort of calculation for this particular dollar amount, right? It is in the dollar, and if I want, I can do an additional column and multiply by 80, which would be converted in there. But if you're expecting that a dollar sign would appear or a European sign would appear in front of this, that won't be happening, right? So that is one way of dealing with it, the currency transformations as of now. For the Power BI visual part, definitely you can put a European sign there. So we can discuss this later on. How, why, I'll tell you. Let me show you. So when you are here on the Power BI visual part, yeah, when you are building something here on the visual part, you can definitely add a European sign and say that these numbers are converted into the European, right? By multiplying between the columns, converting those $80 into rupees or 80 euros into dollars or whatever currency you want to. You can simply do an add-in column and change it, right? But as far as if you want to say here in the Power Query that it should change, no, that won't change because the primary objective of this particular dollar is not to say it is a US dollar, is to tell you that what is the data type, right? Am I clear with it?
Yes.
Yeah. So if I want to say that I have 80 rupees, $80, and I want it to be in rupees, I'll simply add another column which will say 80 multiplied by, if it is $80, 80 multiplied by 80 or whatever it is, and I'll get a new column which I'll say sales amount in rupees, right? And then I can put it on my dashboard using a rupees sign that all my reports are in rupees, right? But these dollar sign here is not presenting the US dollar or something like that, right? It is just representing that what data type we are using and what is the purpose of using the data type here, right? Whether it's a whole number or something like that. Even it doesn't say in the front of dollar, it doesn't say sales amount, or it doesn't like what I'm trying to say. This dollar is not saying that it is rupees or it is sales or it is earnings or something like that. It is indicating you a data type. That is what I'm trying to tell, right? So that is what the purpose of this dollar is. It is not to tell you that it is a US dollar and it is a something that can convert into a different or European or whatever currency you want to. For that, you will have to add a column and multiply it by whatever number you want to, right? Having said that, um, what else I want to teach you today? What else I want to take you through today? I have told you that. So what do we do when we enter in the Power BI? We pull the data, right? We explore the data. We see what and how the columns are. We can simply delete this file. Okay, guys, do you remember the orders file? We had two orders file, and let me show. One of them is not visible here. Orders two. So the file that I pulled using the direct query mode is not visible here, but in the Power Query, both of the files are visible to me, right? If I want to make change in this orders to table, which is technically orders, a direct query, I am able to make the changes here, right? But I'm not able to see it in the table view. Why? Because it is a direct query and it is from pulling data in the Vertipack engine of the Power BI. So if I want to change the name, I can double click here, or I can simply go and say orders import method. Okay, right. That is absolutely fine. When we click when we do a right click on any table, I want you guys to focus on, we get enable load, we get include in the report refresh, we get duplicate, we get reference, right? And let us try and understand what does this means, right? I told you, maybe I told you or not. I think I told you about the incremental refresh and the refresh. Okay. Uh-huh. Somewhere I told you about refresh. Yeah, these are. The incremental refresh. Yeah, the incremental refresh and the schedule refresh. What does this refresh means? This refresh means that whenever I have just uploaded my data on the Power BI service, whenever I have made my report in Power BI service, the new transactions, whatever happened today, will be stored in the SQL Server, right? The new data that came today, that came in the December month. Suppose I publish the report on the 30th of November, right? Then there will be new transactions happening on the 1st of December, right? For the entire month. Those transactions would come to the SQL Server in the same format as we have kept here, right? As we have kept here. So this button, this idea of including report refresh is asking me if I want to include this table in the refresh option. If I will uncheck it, the first implication would be that the Power BI would read this table, but would limit the data till now only. Whatever the data it has captured till now, the outcome, the visual, will be seen with respect to that data only. It will not fetch new data. Power BI will still read this file. Okay. It won't happen that Power BI is not reading this file. Power BI will read this file, but Power BI will not refresh this file. Okay. So including refresh means that I am saying please include this particular file in the schedule refresh or in the incremental refresh. Whenever you are refreshing the data, whenever you're getting the new data, please utilize this particular file also and import the new data also, right? But you see the button which says enable load. See what will happen when I click on see how the file name is when it is enable load. When the enable load is checked, it is it is not in cursive, right? But when I will uncheck enable load, it should, I'm getting a warning. Disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visual that uses its column will be broken. Why it will be broken? Why I didn't get this notification when I clicked on this particular? When I'm saying include in report refresh, when I'm unchecking it, see I didn't get any dialog box. Why? And when I'm saying I want to remove this enable load, I'm getting this particular warning box. Why? Because when I'm saying that do not include it in the refresh, then also Power BI will read this particular file, will read the orders file, will read the customer file. But when I uncheck the enable load, I am saying that Power BI do not read this file anymore. See, it has turned into italics. If you can see it clearly, it has turned into italics. So the moment I'm saying enable load, when I'm unchecking this enable load, what is happening? I am directing Power BI that please do not read this file. Neither this file Neither this file get refreshed, nor this file be read by the Power BI any further. So let me write it for you. Enable load. Power BI will neither read the file nor will refresh the file. Just the copy of it will be saved with the engine. When I'm saying engine, it means Vertipack engine. Vertipack engine. And Vertipack engine is the engine of Power BI. We will discuss in detail when we do that how Vertipack engine works and how the coding works in Vertipack engine. That is something really good to know, right? So the moment I'm saying I've done enable load, it will not read any further this file. It is of no use for Power BI, right? I'll do it enable load on this because I don't want data from this, right? I just want a sort of image of it here, so I've kept it here. Okay, I'll recheck enable load and I have the file back. Okay, so let us move further. I hope you guys are clear with the difference between the include and import refresh and enable load, right? When I'll just pardon for you guys. When I uncheck include and import refresh, Power BI will still read the file in the Power Query. The file is kept here. But the moment I say, but the moment I say that I don't want, the moment I say I want to uncheck this enable load, it will stop reading this particular file. It will not any further read the file, right? The moment I say enable load, uncheck the enable load. So if you don't want your Power BI to read any particular file, like it is any sales report of 2025, 2021, 2022, or something like that. And we want to say, okay, just let it be there kept so that whenever you need it, you would use it, you will enable it, but you don't want to burden your system with multiple reports. So again, this is the power. This is one of the question in optimization also. How do you how do you optimize the Power BI report? So enable load becomes an important feature. Enable load, that is uncheck it so that Power BI is not unnecessarily taking load of reading those particular files which are not needed as of now, right? I hope I'm very, very clear with it. Guys, if you have any doubt, please ask. All good? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your response. Let us move to the another part, which is duplicate and reference. Can someone think about what would be the difference between duplicate and reference? What would this means? Any idea? Anything if you can think of? What would be the difference between duplicate or what would the duplicate means? What would this duplicate and reference means? Or what is what these two words means in general? Any random ideas?
Duplicate, it's a replication of the same data.
Hmm.
Whereas the reference, I guess, referring to some other file or the data where I can give a connection.
Right, absolutely right. Um, Absolutely right. In the terms of Power BI, I told you that all the steps, whatever I am doing, it is recorded in the name of in this panel applied steps. In this panel applied steps, right? So I am duplicating, whenever I am duplicating, see, all the applied steps are copied as it is, right? all the applied steps are copied as it is for this duplicate file. But when I will do a reference, you see, nothing is copied in the applied steps. It says source only. So when I did the customer's duplicate, when I did the customer's duplicate, it recorded all the steps. It recorded all the steps as they were there in the customer table, right? And when I am doing the reference, it is not copying any step. My question is, what will happen to the original file, customers, original file, when I will make any change in the duplicate and reference, right? So whenever I will make any change in duplicate and reference, so before that, whenever I'm taking a duplicate, very important point to remember, whenever I'm duplicating any sheet, it will copy all the applied steps as it is, and hence it is duplicated, right? But when I'm just doing a reference, it is not copying all the applied steps. It is simply saying I am taking a snapshot of the resource of the source file, as simple as that, right? So whatever have you done till now, till so it hasn't. If you see, I'm not getting any errors here. I'm not getting any errors here. It means it is taking the reference of the latest file, of the latest image of this file, right? Like till here, change type, whatever the changes I have done till this step, it is referencing only those steps, taking this as the first step here, right? And not taking the original file, like the source one, which had all the errors, which we promoted had errors, and it had all the errors here, right? Which we deleted the errors and the empty cells. So this reference will not take the original file. This is a good interview question. Please remember this. Whenever I'm duplicating, whenever I'm referencing, it will, let me write it, whenever I am duplicating or referencing, referencing for that matter, for the matter, it, it will always take last applied step. It will, I'm writing it with a star, it will never take the original file. Okay, remember this. Interviewer will try to test you on this. That whether the duplicate will take the original file or not, or whether it is duplicate or whether it is referencing sheets, it will never ever take the original file. It will take the file with the last applied step, and hence my files will get duplicated or the reference. Also, duplicate file df will take the applied steps, whereas reference will not take the applied steps. Okay, so this is the key difference. And now question arises, why do I need to duplicate or why do I need to reference it? We need to duplicate or we need to reference it when we are building any project and when we need to trial and error, merge and append. We need to make, we like practically we need to do hit and try over like what will happen if we are doing this and that and we have different permutation and combination in our mind, and we need to see that what will happen if I'll merge this sheet with another, what will happen if I'll append my sheet with another thing, right? At this point of time we will do this um, duplicate and reference to keep original data untouched and to have trial and test on the other data, right? So having said that, I'm done with anything else I want to teach here. Advanced editor. Okay. What is this advanced editor? What is this customer R? This is the table name and this is R. This entire table name. What is this let source in what all this is? Okay. I'm language is the language of the Power BI, of the Power, Power Query. And that stands for mashup language. That stands for mashup language, right? This mashup language particularly can be used for data, alter, and create new data. Basically, as I told you that whatever we are doing, you see, whatever transactions, whatever transformations I'm doing here, right? Whatever transformations I'm doing here, you can see that they are being coded. Can you see this? This entire code, which I didn't write. I didn't write at all. I was just playing with the buttons. I was clicking here and there, changing things, changing all the stuff, right? You see, if you see it carefully, uh, it says promoted headers, which we promoted headers. We transform the column types, we change the column types, right? Name column ko we converted into the text type and birth date into date and so on and so forth, right? If you see it, observe it carefully, all the columns which in which we change the data type, it is saying it is practically coding it, right? So every time you are clicking on a button, you're clicking on a button in the Power Query, there is a code which is being run at the backend, which you can see in the advanced editor. And the code, the language in which the code is written is the M language. You can see in the M language can be seen in the advanced editor, right? So to be very honest, you don't need to learn M language like no one learns M language until unless you have like 5 years or 6 years of experience in Power BI and you want to do some custom calculation, which are not possible by doing, which are not possible via these buttons which we have available on the home ribbon, transform, add column. These ribbons have many buttons available here. But couple of things which you guys should know, which I will teach you as we we do this select get date. Uh, right. So this select get date is a function which gives me the select get date as today's date. Okay. So what does this get date function is equal to? This get date will give me the current time date with the timestamp. It is always YYMMDD. We have in the Indian time saying we have DD, YY. So we don't need to remember it. It is simply the opposite, right? So what does this get date function will do? Get date function will always give the current date with the timestamp, right? In the similar fashion, we have some timestamps here like local time now, right? Date time dot local now, right? So when we will in the next session when we will discuss the custom columns, we will see how the so date time. You see, all of these are the date time dot local now. Okay, local now. So this will give me the current time of this will individually give me the current time, right? And so on and so forth. So I can not individually run this. Okay, no worry. I cannot individually run this. I have to perform some calculation over it. But my idea is to tell you that in the similar fashion, the way we get the current date on this particular SQL by using get date function, we have many such functions here in the Power Query as well. And those functions are can be accessed using the M language, right? As I showed you, like date and time, date time dot local, date time dot local now. So here are such some of these functions, couple of functions here and there. I would want you guys to also know, which I will discuss from the next class. And we will discuss many things there, right? Many things like what does this, how to add multiple columns, how to add multiple columns. Okay, what all can we do with these columns? These date columns, what can we do it? How to calculate age if I want to calculate age, right? What does this pivot and pivot do? What does this index column do? Why do we need this index column, right? What all can we do with this transform? So we'll cover this entire ribbon in the next one or two classes. and I think that would be fruitful, right? How and for today, what is time today? Yeah, it is already 8:55. I would like to stop the class here because I don't want to start any new topic. But I hope whatever I taught you guys today is clear. Was you guys were able to understand? I was going in the right pace. Uh, Anything you want to ask? Well,
Can you just quickly give a recap of that load and refresh? Like if it is possible.
enable load.
Yes, that and the yeah, refresh one.
That enable load, no? That we are asking about enable load, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. Can you see the difference between these two files? Just the text. One is in italic and other one is in absolutely normal. Is it visible?
Yeah, I can see that. Yes, one is in
Yeah.
italic, the
So,
one below DQ
yeah.
and IM.
Okay. So you see this. One of them is enable load. It is checked. I am saying keep it enable load. What does this means? What does this enable load means? I am telling Power BI. I am telling Power BI that please read this file, which is checked, which is enable loaded. Read this file, refresh this file, and when I'm doing calculations, please include data from this file, right? When I'm saying, when I'm unchecking it on this particular enable node, see, it is unchecked here. So that is why it has turned into italics. It is unchecked. I'm saying to Power BI, you don't need to be bothered about this particular file at all. All the visuals which are connected with this particular file will automatically not work or will have some sort of hindrance because the data from this particular file will not be taken by the Power BI. The current data which you are able to see in front of you and the refreshed data, which will come 10 days down the line when the new transactions will happen, new business will happen, that will also not get refreshed. So basically, I'm saying if I uncheck, if
The
I
static data.
un the static and the dynamic data both, please be careful. If the static data and as well as the dynamic data, the
Oh,
new
okay,
data for
okay.
these particular, that will also not come. Yeah. So remember this when I let me do it again for you.
So
When I'm
just
doing
1 minute, 1 minute. You have this lit. I think I got it, but it's just little confusing. You say enable load and data refresh both are selected.
no,
Data
no,
refresh
see, I'll tell
happens.
you. Wait. Give me one more minute. I'll be much more clear with my words, right? And we cannot end our class with the doubts also. So this, can you see this particular enable load? And let us just think about enable load only, right? What does this enable load apply? My very simple question is, what does, let me do it in Excel for you. You will understand it better then. Okay, we are talking enable load when it is checked, when it is unchecked. Okay, what does this unchecked means? Remove enable load. Very simple, right? Now I'll put the differences in front of you. When I'm saying the enable load is checked, it will refresh data. Okay. Power BI will read this file. Okay. So technically I should keep this one first. Control X and Control V. Power BI will read this file in which the enable load is checked. Okay. It will refresh data in future also to get the new data, new dynamic data, right? So whatever business has happened till now, till 30th of November, comes here. But whatever business will happen till 1st January 2026 will come here, will be refreshed, will be uploaded on daily basis. That will also happen only when the enable load is checked, right? Enable load is checked. What will happen if I will uncheck enable load? Power BI will simply not read this file, not even the
Mean
static data.
mean the source file
Yeah,
from the database or from Excel sheet. It will not read that. It will read what visual data is there in Power BI.
no, it will not read anything. It will
Okay.
not read anything related to this file, right? It is simply like it will simply ignore this file, right?
Okay.
The image will be in Power BI. Okay. The image will be in Power BI. So when I am doing enable load, when I'm unchecking enable load, the file does not get deleted from here. The file is mentioned here, right? I can go here and I can say enable load. Okay.
Mhm.
The file doesn't get deleted. You have to be careful. The uncheck, the image will be in Power BI. Let me write it. The file does not get deleted, right?
Okay.
It is simply not reading the file. It is
Okay.
simply ignoring it. It says that I will not, I am technically asking Power BI, hey Power BI, I want this file to be here, but I don't want you to read this file at all. Forget the static and the dynamic data. As simple as that. When it is checked, of course the file is there. The static data will be also read by the file which is at present imported, and the fresh data will also be read by the Power BI. Are we clear on this?
Yeah, so you're saying that if it will just get unloaded. So also I saw that there is like when you uncheck enable load, it also disables the refresh. So it's just so you cannot
Yeah,
have.
yeah, that is what I'm. Yeah, yeah, that
Okay,
is what
okay.
I'm
Makes
saying
now
now.
it makes sense.
When-
Okay, okay. So what
This
is
is
there
what
a
I'm saying.
possibility? Is there a possibility we can enable load and uncheck refresh? So refresh means new data will not come, but existing data it will consider. That is that it?
We can do it. We can do it, but
Okay,
for that we will have to make changes in the SQL, not here.
okay, 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 okay.
So
I got it.
basically,
I
if
know
I
it's.
write a yeah, I can just write a SQL query in which when I'm pulling the data from the SQL, I return a query, select strings from orders, right? In the similar
Mhm,
fashion, I can specify that I don't want this particular table or this particular column to be fetched, or select string from orders where sales not in east, right? So I will not get the data for the east zone. Are you able to get my point?
mhm.
So it will
Yeah.
take the data for the west, south, and north, but not for the east. So we can do this, what you are saying, but we can do this that by SQL, not by here, not by the Power Query, right?
Okay. Oh,
Cool.
no
Are
problem.
we clear
Got
with
it.
that?
Yeah.
Any other doubt?
No,
Okay. So shall we call for the day?
yeah.
I
Can
hope.
you just stop the recording? Just wanted to ask on the timings.
Okay. Let me stop the recording also. The recording is not with me. The recording part is with the post recording. But anyways,
Okay,
you can go ahead and
that
we will edit it.
that's fine. So, like, I know we were supposed to start 30 minutes earlier today, and I know that's okay. But so is this happening Saturday and Sunday between 7 to 9 India time?
Okay. Basically, I have two time slots with me as of now. I have 5 to 7 also, and I have 7 to 9 also. If you guys are comfortable, we can switch to the earlier time zones. If you like, technically, if at this particular time guys want to have dinner, you want to go out, we can have the evening time schedule also. So because generally previous batches were taken at that time only, so I chose this time. But these are the time slots I'm available at 5 to 7 also and 7 to 9 also. So if you guys want to shift the time to 5 to 7, because as of now we have 4 5 registrations only, so yeah, we can shift it 5 to 7 also. But as of now it is 7 to 9 p.m. to answer you.
Yeah.
And
No,
the
no.
batches will be on
I
weekend only.
think it's comfortable for me. It's perfectly fine. I just wanted to just ensure. And yesterday, I believe like you were not well or something, just and wasn't available. That's okay.
Yeah,
We
so
didn't.
technically like the entire week I've been suffering from fever only.
Okay.
The problem was that. So last year also I was bedridden, I was on medicines only.
No, no
So
problem.
we
That's fine. But you
yeah,
don't have to say anything of that. That's okay. Yeah, this time suits well. I think for everybody, it's just not me, right? You have the other folks as well. For is it
yeah, yeah.
just
I don't have any problem. I will just I'll ask the team to do some sort of voting. If you guys want, we can shift to 5 to 7 also. Or if it is comfortable, we can continue with 7 to 9 also. Whatever sounds comfortable to you guys. Ultimately, I'm here for you guys only, right?
yeah? For me, if you put 5 to 7, I'll not be able to attend. So
Yeah, that is why we
seven
have
to nine.
kept
I think
7 to 9
I'm good with
because
7 to 9.
see, so we are good with 7 to 9 only. And
Okay.
How was
Yeah.
the today's class? Were you guys able to understand? Are you guys able to were you guys able to grasp something? Was it interactive? Would you like to give some tell something about it?
Oh, it's been good, Path, and looking forward. There's more to come, and there's so much videos on YouTube and there, but still, somebody to hand walk, guide us and guide us through is going to be really great.
Yeah,
And
of
doing
course.
some
And
live.
honestly, I'm saying we are at the very initial stage. We have just walked in the Power BI. Power Query is something there's initially probably in the next session also you guys will feel that we are not learning something so great. But the moment we move to the data concepts and the DEX part, you guys will be flabbergasted to be very honest. When we
Okay.
will start using the DEX and the sort of things. Because initially what I used to do, I used to take the data part in, for the first time in the initial classes, and then people were like they would be traumatized that why I'm in the first class only I'm teaching so many heavy things. Right. So I have to also start in a way that it is interactive and interesting for you people also, and you are not burdened with new technologies. But then once we'll be done with the Power Query and we'll move to the database and data warehousing concepts forwarded by the text and modeling, we will literally enjoy the taste of Power BI, right? So having said that, see you guys next weekend. I'll share these files with you guys so that you can practice whatever we have done. And yeah, see ya. Have a good weekend. Have a good week, right? Let's call it off. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Yeah. Bye.